Welcome back to Satisfactory, folks. If you're tuning in for the first time, my name is Joel Duggan. If you are not, then you are here for the LEGO Let's Chat already this afternoon. Got to start on the Princess Leia Bosch helmet, which was a very fun build to get going. That's going to continue on next Friday. We're going to jump into some Satisfactory for the rest of the streaming afternoon. Pick up where we left off at the Devastator train station. And while this is loading, I'm going to pop up my browser window here and look at the interactive map. So one of the things that I was thinking about, I'm not really happy with the way the trains are coming and going. Coming in is okay, but going is just, it feels like a weird kind of waste of space. We do also have room for another train station if we wanted or needed. So one of the things I was thinking about doing is, you can see very clearly here the pink lines being all the train lines. Here's the way in. We've got the train line coming in along here, right? And all the trains go up north and then they turn into their respective bays. When they leave, I sent them back down south again. We don't have to do that. We could very easily send the trains out north and have them come out this way, right? There's no reason why they have to go down this way. That does a number of things. It removes the need to have the train go underground here. On its way to Devastator. And it also means we don't have to have this line go back out. We could have a line here where these two pink lines are, connect back up here. So we can create like a large loop. I don't have to commit to that now. I just wanted to kind of show where my head's at. Also in this view, you can see a top down of our major roundabout that we have in here now too. And that is, it has more connections than I think we need. But for now, it's going to serve us, I think, for the time being. So I'm going to pick up kind of where we were, I think, in game, which was looking at the decor along here. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do on the edges here. It's almost nighttime. So I've added a couple more of these lights. I added a couple doors where the train goes. And I kind of worked out a pattern along the top here. That red one is actually just because of the, that was marking the middle. So I can remove that now. For anybody wondering about the bright green colors, we are of course modeling this after Devastator, the 1980s Transformer Gen 1 combiner. And I think last time we worked out that we were able to do the loading and unloading as we needed to. I feel like I can probably decorate the front ends of these as we've been doing and continue on from there. The thing I have to think about now is like the underside and where we're going to connect all this stuff up to belts. And I'm also been thinking about how I want to connect this building to this main bus. I feel like these ramps are going to stay. I'm probably going to change them to asphalt. I think that might look cool. Maybe have that go all the way around the corner. So this is going to be very much a road. But then I can't decide if I want to keep this kind of arm connection. The reason why is because over here, I should bring some power over here too. Hold on. Just temporarily for the hover pack. Speaking of power, did folks see the Coffee Stain video today on YouTube about the new power poles and the sprint mode for... I mean, I knew about the sprint mode, but I haven't used it yet. Thanks, Cosmic. And then, what was the other thing? Oh, the priority power switches. You're going to basically have like a fuse box now, which is really cool. So one of the things that we could do here, if I decide not to utilize this part here, this platform, if we don't have this kind of like weird connection thing, which I can just delete right now actually. Leave one on one side. So if this was just like an open area of belts coming out like this without any kind of structure, then one of the things we could do is we could chamfer off this corner. So rather than being a big box, we could have an angle go across here. And I think that would look really cool. I think it would help it look a little bit more spacey, a little bit more futuristic. Same with, it's why that looks so futuristic, right? Like if we look at that building there, it's got those angled corners, like those 45-degree angle corners on it. I feel like if we did that on this, on the angle here, it would make a lot of sense. I decided not to continue the pathway all the way around this thing, only because I don't know what the design here is going to need, and it felt like I would have to redo it later if I get it wrong, so I left that. The only thing that's disappointing about this walkway, which I do really like, is you can't access the trains. I've tried a bunch of different things. I've tried putting in like your architecture platforms. So like you've got, these will connect up there. They don't look the best. Right? And then you can grab one of these and come across like this. But because we put those back by a meter, they don't line up. Even if I use like the steep stairs, you still have to like jump up here and then come up. Like I can't get it to come down, and they don't look very spacey. Like they don't look like Transformer type stuff. I want them to be a little bit more futuristic. So I don't yet have a way to easily access the platforms other than just like doing my own hoverpack jetpack kind of hop over here, and that's kind of how you get over here. I can't think of another way to do it. Also, in order for this to look good, you have to go above the train height, right? So like even if you come straight out with one of these, like it's only just above the train by a smidge, and I didn't like the look of like several of those over and over again, so I've left it for now. We'll have to see. I've seen some other cool things where folks have buried these supports in pillars and things. So I'd be curious about how that might look. So if we grab something like this, go up 4 meters. And then grab a pillar. Then sometimes you can do like a little like structure to hide the top of this thing. Oh, maybe not there. So if you wanted it to look a little bit more industrial, it does sort of interfere with the part there, but it lines up nicely. And then when you remove this part, it looks like it's all kind of intentional. So if we wanted it to feel more blocky, we could always do stuff like that too, which is kind of cool. Oh, thanks, Cosmic, for linking the new Satisfactory video. Appreciate it. So I think the only thing I want to do, and it's probably a good time to do it actually, is at night, is hook up some lights. I like this little back and forth design. I think maybe we will make them Devastator purple for fun. And I need to find, I guess, the middle sections of this. I think I might have put that one in the right spot. But we're just going to go ahead and count what's left of these. So I've got 1, 2, there might be more than 50. That's 21, 22. I hope I didn't select that wire. And that's 14. So 36 altogether. I'll just double check that. I did select that wire, so 35 altogether. That's not the middle then. All right, that's just annoying. Ugh. Hovering with this thing is a real pain. It's 21 to there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 25, 26, 36. Even numbers are a pain. So maybe if I eliminate those three and just start counting from there. 13, 20, 31, 1, 2, 3, I think. So 33. So what would the middle of that be? 16, so 17? And that happens to be... I wonder if it would be a good idea to put them on the seams rather than in the middles. Because if I put them on the seams, then they'd be right in front of the train stations. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 on the end. That could work. They look like what you would see at an real-life train station, which I guess is not what you're after. Oh, the platforms, you mean? Yeah. The lights, too, are not that futuristic. I really hope they give us better lights in the future. I know signs are going to be able to be used for lights, but for now, we're using street lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that doesn't line up at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the middle. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, that doesn't line up evenly at all if we put them right in line with the train stations. I may end up bumping out this side a little bit more. Alright, let's put them in front of the train stations for now, just to see if we like them. We can always adjust them later. I think I'm doing that right. There's two between them. 2 between them. And 2 between them. You can overlap them in a couple different ways. Kazman, hello, how are you? MDog95 resubbing 21 months. Thanks very much, MDog. Very much appreciate the support. I may hold off on these lights where the sun's coming up. Yeah, it's not awful. It's a little busy, but it's not awful. We also have these power poles for hovering around, so these won't be here. They're just temporary measure. So in here, we have to think about where all the belts are going to go. I think this was the first platform. Yep. Make sure I have enough room. I do. So I'm going to open all of this up so we can see down into the main lines. Very easy to replace if we need to put it back. Get rid of that and get rid of the tree. I've slowly but surely been getting rid of these trees. Whenever I can. Sometimes I can't reach them. It's a neat trick with the lights. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen people do it with on their train platforms, like on their worldwide train networks. They'll put those in between the rails every time they put up a tower, and so there's like these lights, these little street lights that go throughout the world. It's pretty cool. All right, so we've opened this up a bit. This, unfortunately, is something we may have to deal with. The Z fighting here and there, so we might decorate that a little bit. The good news is we can always drop the ceiling in places if we want. So that's cool. So I just realized we don't have to bring absolutely everything out this way. What I'd like to do is maybe map out where some of the other containers are going to be. Let's just scoot out this way. Oh, that's a train line. Is this a way out? Yes. So we know we've got Bone Crusher, Mixmaster. Let's just start with Mixmaster. We know we've got 4 cars on Mixmaster, and I know that I want to do that 3 block height thing. And we were using grip metal at the first part, and then we changed it to, I think, regular concrete. Or no, it looks like we were doing polished. Are these lights that you can have in different colors? Yes. Yep. Yeah, you have to hook them up to a color, light color control panel. But yeah, if they're all in the same light color network, then you can absolutely do that. And you don't have to run the cables underground. You can just string them together. So we can try that the next time it gets dark. Oh, I'm out of plastic. I was like, why can't I build the thing? We were thinking about doing the lights a different color. Yeah, I wanted to make the lights purple, I think, to kind of help offset the green. So what I would probably do is, it would be in a different location, but we could put the light control panel here. Connect to that one. It gets confusing because like this is the way that they go. It's a strange sort of situation. So that goes to that one. And then we'd have to go the other way. So they're all on now. Looks like they are. So they don't really spread very much. They just kind of give little purple highlights. But they look much cooler at night. So I'll put them on night mode. And then when it gets dark, we'll come back and connect them. But you can see why I don't want the cables up here. I'm planning on running the cables underneath here. I left myself some space to run the power. So we'll probably do something along here. Yeah, it might look pretty cool. We'll have to see. Once you've just made the decision about how you're going to build these, it does come together a lot faster. Which is nice. Did I not add a... I didn't. Now these, we wanted to try and get like a little bit of extra room on them. They have like an overlap. They're going a certain way. You know, these look pretty good as black too. I originally was making them purple and gray, but black looks pretty sharp. I don't know if I like the fact that those are off-centered, the way that they split. Yeah, that kind of looks good as it is there, too. Did I just stop it there, or did I go with the half foundation before we get into the load part of things? I did squeeze in a half foundation, okay. Maybe we can put in like a ramp. Oh no, there's no half ramps. Dang it. So that is kind of where everything's going to go as far as blocking in the station. So now what I want to do is I want to look and see where the pipe holes are going to be. And I think I do prefer the floor holes to be... I said pipe holes, I meant floor holes. I think I like them right next to each other. I think it's just a... Well, I guess I don't have to go all the way out there, do I thought that the choices were either here or there, but I guess we can go middle. Not sure what's going to look better. We can just try them all, I guess. Wait a minute. This is going to have... I got to remember this is going to have another block here. So that might be too far. Well, we'll see. Third option is right next to each other. And I don't think there's really a fourth option. There's just here, here, or here. Alright, so I need to figure out what the throughput is on this station. I've done it already, I think. Red Forest. Throughput 10,000. Right, these are the rates going into each car. So we got 1, 2, 900, 1350. Did I write that down anywhere? 1350 times 8. So 1350, and I've got 4 cars to empty. And it's only 300 a minute, so these have to be, I think, Mark III belts. Sorry, I forgot to put the spreadsheet up. I'm looking at the bauxite train. So the time is going to be different, but the cars should all be the same. So I've got 300 a minute the first car is 450 per minute. So I basically just have to make sure that both belts add up to more than 450 on the way out. And so those belts have to be... So Mark 3s. These carry 4,800 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many items are in a full container? Is it the same? Having the floor holes makes this a lot easier too. As you can see where you're building. Terrible guess again, as usual. I would say that is where we want it. Just have to be in line. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's the same capacity. So then it should be fine. As long as what's coming out of here is a max single belt that can handle 450, that's 480. Then we can use Mark 4s going in. I don't like the look of the Mark III. And lifts, I guess it doesn't matter. But for the belt, technically we only need the Mark III. And that's the Mark III. And I much prefer the look of the Mark IV. I don't like the 5 either. Like if we put them next to each other. So that's the Mark IV. And the Mark V is all shiny with like railings. It's faster, and it looks cool on the belt. I like the belt part of it, but I much prefer the design, the sleeker design of the 4. So I tend to use 4s whenever I can. Yeah, I think the railing thing just kind of makes things feel kind of like antiquated. Like it reminds me of something done in the 50s, you know? Like it's not futuristic at all. Alright, so we'll just add in these. These are all going to be the same. So which do we like the look of? This one in front of us here, where there's a little bit of space between the back of the platform and the lift. This one, where there is still a little bit of space, but it's very much using up the whole thing. I guess the good part there is that this is very easy to walk under. So this has got some function going on, which I like. We could also do things like paint the floor if we wanted to. Just have to use a color we can see. Right? So we could have like a path going down there if we wanted to. Or the super tight method here, which still gives us a way to walk around. Like we can still walk around here. And we could still paint the floor too. We could maybe just do one of those caution patterns or something. Could do that too. The 4 does look slicker, I agree, yeah. So, option 1, option 2, option 3. I'm leaning 3. I think the middle looks best, the one that uses up the most of the space. So you like this? Interesting. I think I like that one the best. Everybody likes 2. Wow. All right, well, it's easy to move and it does not require much. So what we'll do is we'll try an entire... Maybe we'll do one train one way and another train the other way. And then I'll decide which one looks better. It might be easier to see when we've got several lined up, right? Oh, belts. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. I forgot to put in the 4th one. So we just have to make sure that the 450 in this first one, 300, 300, 300 are all coming out at the right rate. This single belt is taking out more than enough. So we should be good. The real trick is going to be to make sure we're using the right belts downstairs, which I think we are. And now that this guy's in line, we don't have to worry about anything else. We'll be able to line him up with his neighbor. No problem. And because the lifts upstairs are already done, these lifts are already pointing in the right direction. So the reason we're doing this is because we want the train to continue to empty while the loading and unloading animation happens, which is like 27 seconds. And while that's happening, your lines just empty out. Unless, of course, you have these buffers. And I didn't have these in place when I first designed the train station, and I didn't really have room for them either. So we happen to be at the end. I want to say I should probably give this train a lot of room. If we want to keep the train line going through here, then I should probably make sure that it has enough space to do so. It'd be nice to see all the busyness happening. So these are technically lines that are going straight out to the facilities. 1350 can be broken down into just a couple of belts. We don't have to do the splitting here. So I could combine it to 2 780 belts, no problem. Right now we didn't. Right now we've got 4 Mark IVs, which is just a waste of space. This is the old belt system. You can see why I wanted to have this open, so we can kind of float between them seamlessly. I guess I should probably put the rest of this train in. Just so I know kind of where it is and what I kind of want to work around, if at all possible. It might not be a big deal. Probably can't go the whole way, so we'll go about halfway. Oops. So the train will come in here. Again, it could look cool. I might want to do it just for fun. But the idea is that all of these would either turn right and head up here before they go to the left again and then on their way. Or we could just take them directly straight down because they don't need to get in the way of anything else. We've got other spots down the line that's going to hook up. I don't want to get into the business of like running lines in between here. We could, but I think that gets kind of complicated quickly. Especially if we start adding more lines. I don't know why this ended up being so messy. I think it's because I had these lines running and I couldn't run these lines from mines outside along with the train lines. And I think that's what my issue was. Like I combined my train line space and my local miner space the same. Like I did it the same way. So I think that having separate spaces for them, I'm just going to end up with probably a lot more room than I'm used to. It's probably going to be a lot more comfortable than I'm used to. So I'll leave that open for now. Alright, so then we've got Bone Crusher, and that's 1, 2... I don't remember what the 5th car here is in the middle. These are quartz. These are Caterium and Sulfur. There's the Sulfur. What's the other one? Western Slopes. Oh, I don't actually have the throughput calculated for that. Quartz, copper, coal, Caterium, iron, limestone, sulfur. I'm not bringing all of that back on one train. Not currently, anyway. Scavenger train is 4 cars. I hope I'm not kicking myself in, or shooting myself in the foot here by not making these purple. I don't think they'll be hard to paint afterwards. I do like this sunken effect. Cool. I think the first person I saw do it was Total Eclipse. Might want to do it for fun as should be my catchphrase. I was really laughing at myself yesterday when I thought the train was bugged, or the door was bugged, but it was the train that was too close to the station. That was funny. Oh, doesn't need to go that far. I should really see if I can find a better... That's a pretty good hologram. I wonder if I change the hologram color from white to like a lighter gray. Hologram color. That's 85. What if I went down to like 65? Why is the confirm on the left? Like, confirm should be over here, graphic designer friends. And escape should let me escape. It's a little easier to see, I think. Whoops. Oh, what's this? Scrapper. This guy is only 2, but we'll have to go the full length for this one. I'm probably going to have to redo some of this because I don't know how many cars we're going to add here, and I don't know... I guess I can try right now. If I remove this, can I then add another one of you in here? Oh, I can add you without having to redo the decoration. Fantastic. That's one of the things I was worried about. So I'm running out of concrete. That's why it was giving me that error. If only I had more right here. Why should confirm be on the right? Explain to me from a graphic designer's perspective. We read right to left. Or sorry, left to right. In general, you want kind of like you're exiting something as you're working through a menu and reading. You process information top to bottom, left to right in North America, Europe, most Latin-speaking countries, right? That's just garbage. I guess I should just go empty this chaff out of my inventory. I'll wait maybe until we take a break. It is kind of fun to add these kind of like just little touches that make these buildings look like your own as opposed to just the default buildings. Can't tell. There we go. Do we like that? Or also do this. I kind of like the angle. Cleaner connection. Stream time's at 1 hour. I think what I'll do, Cosmic, is I'll wait for the sun to go down. Just so we can take the breaks with the daylight. I've got no plans tonight, so sky's the limit. Dinner's leftovers. Don't even have to cook, so thanks for the heads up, though. This kind of goes nicely with the little front part we've got here, too. This stuff. Do we want to add a little spice to this? I kind of like that too. Maybe not. Where were we? Obviously, that's wrong. We were working on this one, I think. Yes. Not nearly as big a deal now that I know that I don't have to worry about adding more cars being a problem. I wish when you copied something, it would copy the orientation of what you're picking up. That would be very helpful. I don't think we can paint these. I like the grip metal, but it would be kind of neat sometimes to have like a cautionary thing along here too. Because one of the things we could do would be grabbing this and just grab this one here. Patterns. Oh right, I think I discovered this in the last episode. You can't do that. The last stream, you can't paint half foundations. Hour stream. I hope they fix that. I hope they let you paint half foundations. So otherwise we'd have to reverse this. We'd have to have the big foundations up against the edge in order to run like a cautionary line down there. Or I guess we could leave it where it is. Does that make sense? Trying to think if there's any yellow in Devastator. I don't think there is. A little bit. There's a little bit of black and yellow on some of these designs. The one in the lower left, he's got like caution warning stuff. Right in the middle as well. That one in the middle is actually, those are photographs. That's a physical like metal sculpture. It's very cool. It's priced at like $1,000. You'd have to be a hardcore Transformers fan. But the website was really cool. There was a Megatron. There was a Optimus Prime. I'll have to see if I can find the link for it while I'm on my next break. Makes sense to have the cautionary tape closer to the train. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like it has it like right next to the tracks, right? Like this is where the caution stuff is on the model, right? I wish that the caution stuff was like that for ours. Like right, it's not the same. It has these lines on it. I wish it was more like that. I'll leave it for now. See if it bugs me. Alright, so let's just hook up another set of these guys. I'm going to do this slightly differently. These are all the same, except for when you put them in the wrong spot. And the one that I liked was this one. And this is Bone Crusher. Right, I don't know the rates for Bone Crusher. Oh man. Bone Crusher. Did I write down the rates? Doesn't help when your key mouse commands don't show up Western Slopes. Yeah, I think I have to check the spreadsheet for this. Western Slopes. Did I have the trains anywhere? Does not look like it. Western Slopes, Caterium Smelting, Caterium Tractor. Sulfur goes 360 per minute. So that's easy to figure out. We don't have any limestone coming in. Caterium is coming across the Caterium Bridge. So it's only 180. So 2 belts of 120 will do that one. And Caterium is only the 1 car. I don't know how many cars I need. I think we need to maybe finalize some Western Slope train route and get like a bit more information about that before I start worrying about it. So I'll just hook it all up with Mark IV. It will work. And then we'll balance it later once we have the thing. The thing that I find really frustrating about this is that, like, in order to get the train station up and running efficiently, you have to know your throughput. And for your throughput, you need to know your round trip time. But my round trip time keeps on changing because as I make the train route more efficient, I have to change the time. So we'll have to just figure out a way to get like what I think is probably a time that will very unlikely change by more than 15-20 20 seconds, right? All right. Before we get into the function, let's look at the fashion. That's what they look like, all lined up the way that I like them. And this was the way that you all voted. You can't see the bottom anyway. I think I like mine better. I think I like the way that I did Bone Crusher better. Nope, autosave. Easy enough to change it out later if you need. Yeah, the belt speed would just be, you don't even have to rebuild them. You can just look at them and you'd be good, right? So I'm going to try a trick here. I'm going to try putting a little guy right there. That was too far away. 1 meter closer. I guess I should know it's up to the edge and then it's one past the edge. Seems to be where we need to be. I think that's right. Yep. See, these all like completely line up with one another, so you can't just take the belt and go straight out with it to the other side because you're going to run into your other trains. You have to go kind of like to one side. But as you do that, as more and more trains come in, you get 5, 6, 7 belts all traveling down this way, and I think it's going to be better to have all the belts next to one another up here so you can see them. I think it'll be better. I also want to try to start designing things to be like not necessarily the most efficient start to finish, but like a way for us to show off the cool things that we're doing. Looks like the sun might be getting ready to go down. Yes. Well, that does look pretty cool, I have to say. Right, so Scrapper was just a little guy. Little base, I guess the length of this off of Scavenger. It's nice just to kind of log in and have a build that you're already in the middle of. You don't have to think about what you're doing, you can just kind of continue on. It was like that when I was building the Megatron facility, which is still not done, but it was cool. Running low on the plastic. That spun it around. Gosh, I hate that. Hate's a strong word, but frustrated by. Alright, the purple lights are on, so we're going to hang out here for a little bit. Turn off my flashlight. We'll let the sun go down. Kind of back up and get some distance on this. So they're not super bright. We can change that too. Plus the moon's out, or the moon, the second sun. That's full intensity. And with the purple, it's not super bright, which is nice. I don't know if I like the spotlight effect that it gives. That's my one complaint. That's why I usually have them down around 30. Softer so it doesn't look so harsh. Although 30 you can't really see it. Interesting. Alright, well let's pop down a little train and we'll go on a break. It is about that time, or well past that time. If you're new to the channel, I take a break once an hour. Gives me a chance to grab a drink. Y'all can grab a snack or a friend. And we're going to do Megatron and Construction 2. Cool. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Good timing, because we need to go to Megatron to get some plastic. So I asked about the B-Rike back screen, and everybody seemed to think that it was in a good place, but I really feel like it kind of blocks a lot of things, especially big tall builds like Megatron as you get closer to it. Like right about here, it starts to disappear underneath the stuff at the top of the screen. Been lurking more than chatting today, but on account of my back hurting quite a bit. Oh, that sucks, Kyle. Sorry to hear that. Go lay down and rest. Thanks very much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Have a good Friday. Or Saturday, I guess. For you. We need to figure out a new home for the train station for Megatron, too. Plastic. That's not plastic. I guess I have to go down to the source. Soon we'll be able to send this back to Devastator. That's the other thing I gotta remember, that there has to be a plastic and rubber train. Gotta remember that spot. I can never remember which one of these goes to the right spot. I guess it's this one. Oh, it's stopping it. Stopping at Megatron. Let's add construction. I think that's right. Yeah. Or I guess I could actually just go to my normal station here at Devastator Hub. Mandarin Squasher. First time stream I've been able to catch. Live in Australia and I have to work. Excited to be a part of the chat for once. Thanks very much for coming in and saying hi. And thanks for the sub. Maybe it's a gift sub, but either way, very much appreciated. I think I said Mandalorian. I meant Mandarin. Mandarin Squasher. Mandalorian. Star Wars in the brain. So the whole reason that I do the self-driving thing when I'm on my own is because I don't have to switch the tracks. It just does it super fast on its own. Oh, we can also dump all of this wood and leaves and get our inventory back to normal. We might actually have to start putting just everything in single bins. Put all the wood up here. And then the protein stuff can go over here. I'm going to grab some more flowers, or rather color cartridges. How many do I have? Oh, I don't need more flowers. I need to deposit the flowers. Don't need the slug in my inventory. We could use some more iron rebar too, now that I'm here. Mandalorian Squasher is the name of my Star Wars themed cover band. Nice. Should be good. You do all Cantina covers, I hope? Oh, we had plastic here, too. That's good to know. I think we're good. Everything else we should have on the train. So Mandarin Squasher, do you come from Spawn Chunks? Do you come for watching Satisfactory? I'm assuming Spawn Chunks is usually how people find me. I'm trying to figure out better ways for people to find me, so I'm always curious when someone's new in stream, like what was it that brought them to my content? Poot. Are those wrong again? Oh, these are the old ones. That's what it is. So we'll just go down to there, I guess, just because it matches up with the train next to it. Something that's nice about bouncing back and forth between Minecraft and Satisfactory is how fast you can build in Satisfactory. I really feel like it's a nice relief. The only time I feel like I enjoy building slow is, I want to say, when I'm building Lego. So here's an interesting question. Do we like the purple platforms? Or do we prefer the black? I kind of like the black. I guess I should put one of these things in front too. These are actually pretty simple to build, but I think they really add a lot. Fill in the space nicely. This is the only tricky part, is this little bit. I figured out why it was so hard to do last time is because I was hovering in the hover pack when I was doing it, and you're always moving. So even when you think you're not moving with this, you end up moving ever so slightly. Probably hard to see on Twitch. Yes, I listen to the Spawn Chunks. Great podcast. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I don't know why I had to think about that response. MDog95. I have to go back, pack the truck for camping trip. Good stuff. Enjoy. Have a safe weekend, MDog. Thanks so much for being here. That's right, Cosmic. Yeah, Mandarin Squasher. If you want to connect your Discord and your Twitch accounts, you'll get access to the Discord unless you're already supporting on Patreon. So are we thinking, are we liking the purple on the left or the black on the right? I'm leaning black. I think, again, there is a lot of purple in Devastator, but he's got some black. He does have some black going on. A lot of black in like the elbows, black tires in all the vehicles. His head's black. I think the low down stuff being black is good. Black looks sleeker? Yeah, I think so too. The black also works better with the grip platforms. They kind of stand out a little bit here, whereas it sort of like goes in. I think I prefer like the little corner grip as opposed to like having the grip go all the way along. I think I like that long look. I wish that we could have a seamless dark platform. There's not really a material that doesn't have a ring around it, except for asphalt. But that it's matte. It's not shiny. So it's not going to pick up all the reflections and stuff that I want. So yeah, that's pretty loud. Yeah, I say we go back to black. Can't really see. Whoops. I'm not sure what we're going to do the material underneath the train. Not really thought about that. Just realizing we're missing the part down here. I guess I really didn't need to do the ones in the middle here. Oh, I toyed around with a different look on this one. Coloring the top ones green. Can't really see them on this side. Just a little bit. But you're never going to be down here anyway. on. It's an interesting look. What I like about having a default color for certain foundation bits is that when you change the foundation to a material using the material designer, you also change the color unless it's already been placed, which is nice. Now I don't want to paint the station. And this is where, like, even it's, you can't see anything, but having this top layer be a black and this bottom layer be a different color could look cool as well. But like, I'm just never going to be back here, so it's not worth the effort, you know. Better to just keep it all the same color. Thanks for the lurk, Cosmic. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Mandarin Squasher, if you didn't realize that, you can totally connect your Discord up. Welcome in. There we go. I think that's good. So I'm not going to do the construction train because I don't know if it's going to stay there or what's going to happen. So there's no point in doing all that work. So I'll just leave that the way that it is. I will switch this back. I'll put the wall in though. Oh, that won't work, will it? I guess maybe I'll just do one little piece. Just so it doesn't look completely unfinished. And I guess we'll do another one of these as well. Actually, I'll wait on that too. This needs the little bits on the front. Welcome back from your lurk, Obu. Appreciate it. How was the rest of your day? I don't know if I'm actually going to find any function for these, but they look cool. One left. Never thought about painting the concrete there. Goes in like that. That is all of those in. The only exception would be this one. And I guess all we need to do here is just like have a single run. That. Again, I'm not sure what's happening on the edges of this station just yet. It does feel funny without an extra bit there. But I'd say that's pretty good. I think we can remove these. Don't need to count out the stations anymore. You have joined the Discord. Mandarin Squasher, welcome in. There's a rules and guidelines section to read. Very straightforward. It's just a bunch of common sense. Be a nice person. All that stuff. If you have any questions, just let myself or a mod know, and we'll set you straight. Hope you enjoy your time. So I guess I have to decide if I like the concrete part of this. Like, do I like this part? Or do I want it to be something else? Don't exactly know. I don't think... Asphalt would probably look a little bit too homogeneous. Whoops. Yeah, I kind of feel like this wants to be grip metal. Maybe, yeah. That way we don't have to worry about painting it. It's grip metal or the polished plastic. Oh no, definitely the grip metal. I've seen people use grip metal a lot for their train lines, and I think it looks really cool. I like the kind of the dark, sinister look for the Decepticon theme that we've got going on too. Oh, how to steal. Oh yeah, that looks cool. I love that you can change things in place in this game. Very, very cool. Again, we'll leave the construction train the way that it is, but we can very easily just fly along and tag these. I say easily. Once we get into tight spaces, it becomes a little bit harder. Nice. I don't mind this looking like a train yard as well. Like, it doesn't have to be one giant platform. Like, it has some sort of development to it. Some parts being bigger than others. A little asymmetry here and there. Hopefully we'll get a train or two up and running today. That'd be a nice goal. Get the factory back humming. I guess part of that is going to be temporary lines, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to like plan out the main bus in one stream. I shouldn't say I don't know. I absolutely know that I can't. But we can start with like the bauxite because it's very close. It would be the shortest route to plan out. Not the train, but the belts. We are calving at the moment. If I leave without saying anything, that's why. Wow, that's very cool. No worries. No worries. It's a pretty chill stream. A lot of times people like tend to lurk. You know, they'll have those like second monitor streams, that kind of stuff. Let's bring this all down to the same distance. Why not? He says, after just saying he wanted to do more asymmetry. Wait, did I just do that wrong? Yeah, too far. That looks neat. So we just have to finish this one spot here. And I guess we'll go down this far. And then we'll just go up to the point where we have to load it. And then that's in the right spot. That's in the right spot. Good. So the question, I guess, is now just down to like, which ones do I like? I think I prefer these shorter ones for me. I could try several with the in-between option just to see. Why not? That one is midway. That's the tight version. Yeah, I think I like the tight version better. Hope you can make it to the end. Hey, it's all good. I'll be streaming a while. There's always the VOD. I put the VODs up on YouTube, but there's also the VODs here on Twitch. That's a thing as well. Do we decide to have What did we decide it was going to go in there? Maybe this could be grit metal too. Yeah, I think that's probably the better option for just the exposed parts where it's loading. That's kind of cool. I love how fast the 4 holes make things to go together. It's so nice. So one train that did not change much was Scavenger, in terms of the timing and whatnot. So do we want this to be grip metal? Underneath the tracks, maybe? No, that doesn't really look good either, does it? I could always just paint the concrete a darker color. Unfortunately, when you do that, the edge gets darker too. Or we can go light enough that you can't see the seams. Maybe that's what we need to do. Does that work with the coated concrete as well? Like if I go really white with that. What if I go like pure white? I don't think we actually have like a pure white. That would be the closest we've got. I'm not sure if white really goes with the vibe, though. The white concrete, white polished concrete. Definitely not the grip metal, and not the asphalt either. Cow pics would be allowed in the Discord. Sure, there's a pets and animals section in the Discord if you want. If it's calving and graphic, then you might want to consider maybe putting a spoiler warning or something on it. You can do that in Discord. You can do like a little spoiler tag. But if it's a cute picture of a cow, then yeah, absolutely. I kind of don't mind the white concrete. I think that might be okay. So let's go concrete foundation. And I'll switch the coated back to black. We'll go with this for now. Kind of a nice contrast between the station and this. You can paint the rails, but they don't seem to change. I'm not sure what on them changed. The little orange pieces don't even change, so I'm not sure whether that's a thing or not. Nice. Situations like this, I wish we had like a quarter foundation, because this would be nicer if it was shorter. Alright, so now we need to go downstairs and finish hooking up the rest of the bins, and I'll have to circle around over here. Oh, there's another tree that needs to be removed. Only very cute faces. Sounds good, Squasher. Sounds good. We get a little bit of clipping that happens here, but we might be able to cover that up. What do you mean I can't put the Mark IV there? Oh, is it already a Mark V? Is that what the thing is? Oh, that's what it is. Must be a Mark V upstairs. I probably need it. We'll see. It's gonna be fun to make this look like an attractive part of the build, even though we don't necessarily need it. They all Mark V? I guess so. Rather than fight it, we'll just go with it. Oh, the new train stations, when you put them down, for whatever reason, they put we didn't have that issue before when I did this. Why did the new station put the feet down through the floor when the other ones didn't? Like, none of these did it. This is the one that I replaced when I tested out whether it could go through the floor or not, or like whether or not it could go through the decoration. That's annoying. I wonder why that is. It might go away if I reload. Maybe they all did it, and then when I reloaded the game, because I built that today, but the other ones were all built in a separate save. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe if I reload, it's just a graphical thing. What? Guess it's a 5-2. Oh, this is the coal train. That's why there's a lot of coal coming in. It's like 1800 or something. Sorry for all the flashy lights when you're downside in the dark. It's very kind of like flashy in your face gameplay. Because I've got to have the my headlamp on to see what I'm doing all of the time. All right, that is train 1, all hooked up to bins. Train 2, all hooked up to bins. 3 hooked up to bins. 4 hooked up to bins. Now I need to do 5. So the 5, I have to do the floor holes first. Oh, this one doesn't have anything. So I'll do the floor holes and I'll leave it empty just so I know where it is. What might be good to have is actually signs underneath here indicating which one is which. So what was next to hook? The short one is the coal train. I want to say that's scavenger. Yep. Construction, hook, scavenger. Does the game have a storyline besides advancing to build more cool stuff? It does, but it's not been released yet. The story is going to be coming with the release of the full update. And no one knows when that is. Update 8 is coming, and we don't know when that is either. Let's do a quick sign. We'll come up with a better sign later. I'll just use one that's long that I can write on. Scavenger. And what is Scavenger bringing in? In order, I should have this written down. Coal, copper, iron. Maybe I should do them in the order in which they're coming in. Like maybe I should do, rather than one big sign, maybe I should have a bunch of little signs. Scavenger. And then we're going to go with coal, copper, iron. Coal, copper, iron. And then we got copper. That was 300 per minute. I might have got the numbers wrong. 600, 600, 300, 600. Yep, iron ore and oh, autosave. I think maybe I have to change these to a lighter color, but that's it. Just to go with a lighter gray. There. So now we know what's coming in. I'll do that in a more permanent way, I think. Later on, I'll put it on a wall or something. But for now, at least we don't have to like constantly be flipping back and forth to the spreadsheet. I also need to figure out if the sun's going down. I think it is. Yeah, we're getting there. All right, well that we can use to figure out what we need to do with the belts. So 6 and 6, that needs the Mark V for sure. 300 and 600, so we'll go upstairs. I watch what Darren plays quite a bit, and he does a lot of really cool stuff with signs on his builds. I'm sure for his own information. Oh, did I put that on the wrong? I think I put that on the wrong train. No, I think I did. It's the right train. I mean, there's one way to find out. Just break a hole in the ground. I totally put it on the right train. It's weird, like the boxes are actually underneath. They're not underneath the train, they're underneath like the left side. So you get a little disoriented when you go underneath. So it was 600 coming out of this bin for coal and coal. So we wouldn't need two. We wouldn't need two Mark V's. We would need 2 4s. I think I just need to reduce. Am I out of something? Oh, I'm out of encased beams. That's what's going on. The game has a pretty good just tutorial story. I feel like even without the full release, there's enough humor in the tutorial and stuff that I quite enjoy it. There's the sun disappearing. You can always tell when it gets really hard to see. That was already a Mark IV belt. And these are Mark Vs. And these are Mark Vs as well. Those probably have to be Mark Vs. No, none of these have to be Mark Vs. So this is the third plat. There's 5 cars? I thought Scavenger only had 4 cars. Coal. Yeah, there's only 4 cars. I'm just having... Tricks are being played on my brain. Good opportunity to take a break because it's dark and I can't see. Let's go with the purple train. We'll go with Megatron, Destructicon 2, and I'll say construct. We'll go back to Devastator Hub. Cool. Once again, folks, I take a break once an hour. It is that time. You get to ride the break train. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Mandarin Squasher. Yes, tomorrow I will be taking off to go hiking. And you just looked up where Nova Scotia was. Yeah, it's very pretty here. I'm going to Taylor Head. It's a provincial park. And actually, if you go to my Instagram, at Joel Duggan on Instagram, in my pinned stories, there are several images of Taylor Head from, I want to say, 3 or 4 years ago. I go once a year, at least. But this will be my first hike of the season, and my first time back at Taylor Head since last year. So, beautiful, beautiful spot. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping it's not too windy. Hoping it's not too windy. Let's alter the auto drive here. Let's go to Devastator Hub. One of these days I'm just going to log in and start doing some building on Megatron as well. We need to finish this up. Get that looking nice. All lit up. Just want to thank you for reinvigorating my will to optimize my base and finish Phase 4. Misamaru, no problem. We've got a lot of temporary stuff in here. I tend to build very big, and so these projects take a very long time. So it's a little tricky sometimes to keep things looking good, but I'm certainly like learning more, and as I learn more about what I need to do, then I tend to make changes and optimize. And I'm going to try to lay out the connections for this first train. Bauxite would be another easy one to do too. Did I not just switch that? Maybe I never took it off. I really can't wait to make all these stuff look as fancy as we're making the train station. This train station has a real like finished look to it now on the top. I quite like. Right in the hole. Oh, almost. Almost. Alright, so we just hooked up all of Scavenger. Oh no, we needed to finish the top part here. So my sheet says 600, 600, 300, 600. This is only doing 300. So it really only needs Mark II. No, would need 2 Mark IIIs. But I don't like the look of Mark III, so we're going to go with Mark IV. The difference is that the outbound amount has to be right. I mean, it can only bring so much in because the miner is only doing so much, right? So you can't have more coming in than you're actually picking up at the mine. It's more about having the throughput capacity for bringing all the cars that fill up while the train's here. The miner over there in the green pastures, what is it called? Green Valley. They're filling up. It's more about the belts downstairs that I got to worry about in terms of what they have to be coming out. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 600 a minute, so the 2 coal have to be on their own belts. That's fine. That's not a problem. And where are those coal places going? Let's look at the spreadsheet. Coal. Coal. South aluminum going to refineries. We should keep those on this side of the belt. And then copper is going to copper smelting and iron is going to the iron. Okay. So this is where things get a little bit tricky, but at least it's only 4 belts, and my gosh, do we have a lot of space for 4 belts. So we can take these guys, and we have to figure out where they're going. This looks like a good as place as any. Well, that's not on the right level, is it? Not that it has to be. So that way it doesn't stick through the floor. So we can do this, or we can do the ceiling conveyor lifts, which get things just a little bit higher. And you can stack these. But my argument is that they do not look as cool. Although they line up quite nicely there. And if we lined these up, I think you can see that up top. Like, I think you can see that green sticking out. So we'll go look. Unless it's underneath a train. Somewhere near Devastator Scavenger. I don't see it, so I guess it depends on where we put it. About to head to the gym. No worries, Big Head Face. Thanks for being here. So we could ride the top of this iron ore for the iron. That would make sense. It's already hooked up and going into the right spot. I guess I just have to decide where I want the main bus to be. I feel like I don't have to use all this space. So I could probably also have this be the train bus. And we just have to pick spots where that little extension won't show up. And I think these are the plates that are underneath the tracks. So that's why we can't see that sticking up. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The belt can only go 6. So we're really not pushing our luck too much. We just have to be careful if we wanted to go on this side here. I'd like to go upstairs and see what that might look like. Oh, that's underneath the platforms. Okay, so we're not going to see that at all. I do kind of like using these green things inside. I think it looks a little bit cooler. I guess what we're missing here with when we use the logistical conveyors is that we get an extra, right? Like we have this one. we miss out on this beat here. That's not to say that we couldn't do like a gate wall or something. Oh, but they come in on the side. What? That works. I just want the bus to look a little bit more official than just like these little spindly things hanging from the ceiling. We also need to leave room for mergers and stuff too, should we need to. So I don't want to load this up with like 9 belts. There's going to be, I think, maybe 1 central. And then yeah, it might be better not to have too many. Because basically, like if we needed to attach something here with a splitter or a merger, so like merger would go here. Having several of them in a row, I mean they can work this way, just they don't look that good. Right, but then if you put a lift on that, right, like that takes up this belt space, so we have to be careful and make sure we have like a spot that's clean underneath for things like that. So it may be better to go with something like that. Leaving us options. Either way, we've got 600, 2 belts of 600 for coal, and that's going all the way down there. So this is really going to attach. I guess for every layer here, we have to kind of go up 1. So I kind of have to give myself like these trains back here, and this is the one that's indeterminate. These ones have to run close. Or they have to run far away. Yeah, if I run this all the way over to the right-hand side, then it has the better chance of not getting in the way of these other things, I think. Yeah, all the way to the right and then down. And then, you know, mid-right down, middle down, left down. Yeah, okay. So the coal, weirdly the coal is actually going across and then down and over, so I like the look of that. We just have to figure out where we're going to put them. And there is our next set. There's the train stations. It's weird how like you want to put these things like underneath the trains and line them up, but it really doesn't matter. It's probably best to put them on the edge here. And then we can just maybe attach them all the way across. Oh, can I not attach to the bottom of that? Maybe I can't. It's okay looking. It's not the cool, like, space look that I wanted, but it's not bad. We could always do something like attach one of these upside down here. We'll see. Right now I just need to make it line up. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. I think that should work. These grates are dark, man. Okay. Oh. This is not supposed to be here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so that works. That gives lots of space to run the belts and then a space to connect. That good? That's good. So 600 a minute. We need to go all the way over as far as this is going to go, which I'm down here. Yeah, I guess we might as well take advantage of the whole thing. I feel like, yeah, we might as well. This doesn't have any depth to it, so I should maybe reserve this space here for maybe like a wall. Oh, wait a minute. We've got a road here. I guess this has already got some detail. Alright, well, more space is good. You can see how we might want to lower the ceiling at some point too. Maybe change some of these patterns, and some of the Z fighting is kind of gross. So maybe work on that. I may end up wanting these gate holes to be back to conveyor walls, but for now, I think that'll be good. So all of this is old and will more than likely be being moved. So I have to consider where that's going to go. This is iron from miners 1, 2, and 3. They are going to North Leg Smelting. So they should really stay farther to the right, because then they come down here and they go right. But I guess I can put the miner bus on a lower level than all the other stuff too. That's right. I think we will be able to figure this out. $600 a minute is going to be a Mark 5. $300 a minute is going to be a Mark 4. And 600 a minute for iron is going to be another Mark 5. Alright, so that is the iron and the coal and everything going. And we were worried about the coal first because it has to get all the way out here and head in that direction. Looks like these come down at the right level, so it's just a matter of finding where our line is here. And we'll just go over 2. That should line up no problem. Well, these ones don't actually have any way to do the connect the belts to them. That's a problem. I guess we could always remove it later. Like use the wall hole to connect it. Or not the wall hole, the conveyor wall to connect it. And I need to figure out another spot along here. Well, that will simplify things. I do like the idea of eventually coming back here and changing the color of these. Like I did that with some of these to be like coal and bauxite and different colors. I like that idea. Now the good news is we just have to find the existing coal lines for now and attach them there. Oh, we're going to hit the train. So at this point is where things get complicated. We no longer have a clean ceiling if I want to do this train trick through here. So we'll have to drop her down and connect underneath the train. Hopefully this will line up with a conveyor lift. That is not going to line up easily. We'll have to connect it over here somewhere. Or remove this and make a connection there. Yeah, that's not as clean as I was hoping it was going to be. I guess I could do the lift. I could take the lift down one. That's fine. I guess what I'll do... Where's all this coming from? Other trains that no longer exist. Okay. So, I guess we will remove you guys. This, we don't need all this space now. It's kind of strange. So we need to connect to something coming in here. So I think I need to check this line. Currently we have 4 belts and I don't need 4. I only need 2. And I have to figure out where this is going to go. Because I don't think it's going to stay in this position. Basically, if I only bring 2 lines, I've got to figure out how I'm going to split them. So I believe they're being split on site. Oh, there's the 2 there. So only half the coal is being used by aluminum. Western slopes. Right. Only half. So only 1 belt has to go in there. And this guy just gets belted around and moved. We could find a place to split that, I'm sure. Yeah, I could figure that out. See, we've got all this room for the main bus. It doesn't have to be so tight anymore. The idea is that I want to be able to pull from the main bus when I need it. So I've switched from being a horizontal main bus to a vertical. Or I guess I previously had a mix. I had a mix of the 2. So the bottom 2 belts are the ones we have to attach. And for now, I will just send all of the coal along those 2 bottom belts. And we'll leave the top belts on their own. Because everything else on the bottom belts is already hooked up. So, what we'll do is just grab this and we'll go down a meter. And that should give us a floor. Yes, that lined up. And then I just need to figure out... Actually, I guess I could just use that as a measuring thing and then use this for that. And then we don't need this at all. Oop. I deleted my ramp. That's just facing the wrong way. So this is where I may decide not to run this train. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Obu. Sorry about that, folks. Got a little distracted. All I did was just use a conveyor ceiling mount here just to kind of figure out the height that I wanted to work on, and we're close enough we don't actually need them. We can go right into the lift. But the thing is, like, this lift could be up higher, like right in this line right here, and all of this could be above in a straight line, except for the fact that I want to run this train through here. But it could also look really cool looking down here at the different trains and whatnot. So, like, the different, if you're riding the train, you can see all the different belts. So that is going to hook up to the bottom 2 coal, but the top 2 coal are being replaced. They're going to be removed. Why is that going the wrong way? There we go. So then we just backtrack and bring this belt all the way back. Oh, I need more aluminum first. Hopefully that spreadsheet was not open too long. I apologize. Aluminum. Actually, we can probably just go down here and start from the train. This is going to be a lot tidier than what I had before. So we just go to here, and then it's 1, 2. That should be the coal re-hooked up. I like that we've got a little walkway here too. It's kind of nice. Don't need that. I wish that we could have like a single extension up here so that we didn't have to have all these useless connections. Although I guess if we've got them, then at least they're ready to go if we need them. And then we need 300 a minute of copper. And that's just going to line up over here. No, that's wrong. I didn't know they did 45s. That's cool. Why are you rotating automatically, though? Again, this game does this auto-rotate thing. It thinks for you, which I dislike. It just creates, like, extra clicks, which doesn't sound like much. But in a game like this, where you're just doing so much clicking and moving and doing stuff, like, it gets old real fast. So this is 300 copper. Now, which of these 300 copper? Did I label them? It does not look like I... Oh, there's a label. That's limestone, though. I don't know which 300 copper this is. Oh, maybe it's the one that's no longer hooked up. We'll take a gamble. Oh, there's two. These guys are coming from a miner, I think. So let's just ride the belt. Oh, never mind. We'll have to backtrack. It's labeled in the factory. I know it's labeled in the factory. Smelters. Rocky Desert Scavenger, 300 a minute. It is the right-hand belt going back. Yep. Right-hand belt going back. This guy right here should be pretty easy to follow. Some of this is going to need to change when we change the main bus, but I just want to get at least one train back up and running. So we are getting past where we want to go. It's this guy right here. So I'll cut you. And you're coming in from there. Oh, those are Mark 1s. That won't do. This needs to be a Mark 4. Now we've got copper here, but the one that I need to get to is way over on this side. So I'm going to remove these temporary gate walls. And I'm going to trim the foliage. So we are in line here. So that'll be 2. To there. So then one of these guys. Well, those are Mark 1s as well. I have to make sure I double check all that. Yay, you are long enough. Now, why is this on a Mark 5 belt? I don't know. So I'll just backtrack, double check this. Mark 4, Mark 4. 4. 4. And 4. 5, 5. 5, 5. These things are, I think, are wrong. 1, 1. 5, 5, 5, 5. So these just need to be updated. That will speed things up considerably. And then we've got 554, 554, Mark 5, Mark 5, Mark 4. All the way back. Nice. And then we just have to one last one. Now this one doesn't fit, or we can bring it higher. The problem with bringing it higher is that when you get over here, you then can't go down lower. So I might have made a mistake here by putting these down low. I maybe should have run them up high. That might have been an error on my part, because the iron has got to connect to this belt, I think. Yeah, I maybe should have started these high. It's alright, easy fix. Easy fix. First I want to find out where this iron is coming from. So again, spreadsheet. We are dealing with the iron coming in from the Green Valley. Green Valley iron. Going to North Leg Smelting. Normally those are darker colors. 24 on the top floor. North Leg Smelting. Now we're going to need these in our new project, so. Mandarin Squasher, thanks very much for the lurk. Great to have you here. Appreciate you hanging out for the long haul. Alright, let's go. I'm going to remove some of these things. I think it's kind of annoying to duck under them all the time. So we just need to find the north 5th floor. I'm pretty sure that's this one. Fifth floor. Double check. Top floor smelters. And if I double check my heavy modular frame production. Floor 4 and floor 5. Yeah. We're using that for steel. So I thought I had mapped out the floors better, but that could be over in the Rocky Desert. Yes. Devastator, 5th floor, 600 ingots. Alright, so now I just need to follow this back. I will triple check that this is the 5th floor. There is a sign. Floor 5. So the input for these guys, obviously it's not running because there's nothing coming in. There's the input for there, and there's the input for over there. That is being... Yikes. Splitter, merger. It should only be one belt. I think I've reduced it to one belt. There's a Mark 5. That's a Mark 4. That's a Mark 4. Okay. And it's 600 iron? Yeah. So that's a Mark 5 coming down here. It's going out on the right-hand side outside. Oh. I believe I have conveniently painted it iron-colored. And this other one is not hooked up, so... yeah. It's obviously this one. And it's the one that we wrote out, I think. I think we were running on this one. Easy to follow back. Easier than the other one, anyway. Oh, autosave lag. Alright. So this might not be a big problem right now because it's on this side. So this should be pretty easy to attach something, because this is not going to need to be attached to. So it's this one right here is the one we want. So I'm going to cut this. This was where the old scavenger line was coming in, would be my guess. So we're bringing in iron, and I could have brought it in up here. What I should do is raise these up. That would be what I should do. So I should use these 4, I guess, corners for the belts. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, like this kind of quadrant. But that'll be easy to do. We have the, conveniently, we have the pipes already, or the things already in place. It's going to be a matter of just deleting these 2 belts and putting in lifts. These should line up automatically to the right height. Nice and straight. So these are just not used at this point. What we can do is move that. That was the coal. I guess all of these should just be higher as a rule. I guess these ones can be lower because of where they are. That's not right. Alright, I'm going to need to sneak in here. So then this should be brought all the way over to the right, I guess. So we'd remove this one. That stays. This goes. And instead, this one connects to its next door neighbor. And of course, there's already a belt in the way. Hopefully that's right. Man, the hover pack is making this a lot easier than it probably should be. And that's why I didn't delete these belts on the bottom, because I knew that we'd need to use them. I just need to change this. And really, you can use your Mark 5s. You don't have to use the lower belt just because there's a lower amount. It's just that they look more full when you use the correct amount. Alright, so that's going to change some stuff here. This is our coal now. Oh, lost the sunlight. There's an angry creature somewhere. Alright, I do want to see if I can finish this up and hook it up, so I'm going to take another short break. Put the train here. So, once again, let's go Constructicon 2 first. Cool. So folks, again, I just take a short break every hour just to kind of give myself a bit of a stretch. You should too. We're always trying to grow the channel. If you'd like to tell a friend that we're live, then by all means share the stream. And we'll see you folks in just a little bit. feel like we've worked out a fair amount of the kinks in our network. Seems to be going pretty smoothly now with the break train, which is nice. Where are we going? We're heading to... let's not go there. Let's go Constructicon 1. I wish it gave you like an estimated time as to when you were going to get there. That would make calculating your throughput a lot better. Mandarin Squasher, welcome back. I got a really cool tip from It's Bits on one of his videos about putting blocks too close to your intersections, and it slows your trains down. If you put the blocks farther away, then it works out better. Now this train should stop because there's going to be a train on the block that we want. And I have obviously not done the blocks here correctly, because I should be able to go past here. Let's just take a look and see what I've done wrong here. Ah, there's no... got one more block signal out there that needs to happen, plus that train is not on the block. We should probably... there should be a block here. And that should be pulled ahead. That's tricky. We have to be real careful there. Yeah, having that all as one block is not good. It really should be... instead of the signals being there, maybe they should be out here. There has to be two of them, I think. Yeah. It's very signal heavy, which I'm not sure I'm a big fan of. Yeah. So we've got blue block, red block, blue block, green block, red, orange, white, purple, green, pink, and then blue, and then purple again. Okay. That should fix it. It's ugly. That should fix it. I'm going to have to make some access hatches for this place. So I had to bring the Mark IV belt along. That's what I was doing. And this is coal, and the coal was this belt. But now it is going to be this one. So, pretty easy. We just have to do this over again. Just line it up with this one. Oh, that should be lower. And where was this going? This is coal? No. This is copper? That's copper. This is where things get really confusing. Well, I've got, yeah, that's the copper. The small wood belt is the copper. That's what I want. The copper is going farther. So I've done this wrong again, I think. Coal is happening there. Oh no, wait a minute, I can do that. You just have to get creative with the belts. That's not going to be there. Yeah, I can do this. It won't be as clean, but it's not going to be the last time I do it, I'm sure. There will be adjustments. I don't really understand how people do like main buses where they like just dump all their resources onto a couple belts and then pull what they need. Like, I don't understand how you don't like just lose track of all the numbers. Like, I know people can write them down and do spreadsheets and stuff, but like I don't understand how, because the belts will always pull their max capacity no matter what, as long as the resources are there. Thanks, Cosmic. No audios would be nice. So Mark 4. So now I got to get these two coal bits and this iron bit. The iron bit is easy because we already removed the belt. So the iron just comes straight down. No. Did I move the iron? I moved the iron. What's this? 2 coal belts are there. They are now up above. And that's my iron? Yeah. Yep. Coal is up above. So these 2 are the coal. This is where, you know, painting things would probably help. But what we can do is bring the coal. Yeah, I think I am going to have to move some stuff here. Because that's in the way of the coal. Need to get the coal from here. I guess I have this slot here that I could use. So I've got this middle section that we could use. And I could bring in the coal and turn it sideways. Why did I raise the coal up in the first place? It has to go farther. the iron, but not farther than the copper. I guess I could drop the coal before we get to this divider. No, I can't do that either. So bring the coal over to there, and then I could drop it down and turn them. That's probably going to be the easiest thing. It's not the prettiest, but it's going to be what I do for now until I can really work out the best way for this to go. Because once they're over here, we're fine. I just have to nudge these over. That goes there. This goes here. So this will function. It's just not as clean and cool looking as I was hoping it was going to be. Alright, so for clarity, let's just... Oh, of course, they don't paint properly either, which is annoying. Hopefully they fix that bug. Yeah, even the conveyor walls don't paint properly anymore, which is annoying. So these are the big coal belts. And then this is iron. Nice that you can fly through some of these holes. The iron we have not finished hooking up yet. But that should just be a straight shot. Goes to there. Oh, that one painted right. That's weird. And then this last one is copper. Should be a Mark IV. And I'll color the bins too, just to kind of give me a help. Kind of easy at a glance, although they're mostly metal anyway, but having some color on them is good. So that keeps all the belts from this far back over on the far right-hand side. I might run into issues when I've got other trains coming in. I think that's the problem, is that it's hard to expand these things. I guess I do have room over here if I need to. So that is copper. Going over to there. Okay. That's copper. This is coal and iron. Iron's hooked up, coal's hooked up. So I guess I could turn on the train. I'm just curious as to whether I should like worry about the other connections as well. Only one way to find out. And it's really not a big deal. The only pain in the butt is when you have to replace belts that have stuff on them. That's an issue. Okay, so all that kind of stuff. I don't know what's coming in on hook. And that's the only problem. I guess we just have to make sure that we leave enough for hook. I guess the thing to do is, because I mean, even if we left like six lanes here for hook could end up being an 8-car train. It could need 8 belts. It could only need 2. I don't know. So that's the hard part. And I'm also realizing that by running things all the way over here, anything that comes in on this train behind us, like it kind of has to go down here. But one of the benefits of only using the top one and the bottom one is that if we need to, we can kind of thread the needle and then lower ourselves down and keep going. So not the end of the world, but it's a little bit interesting. So let's just take Scavenger for a little bit of a ride. I would like to test it out just to kind of see. I mean, it should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's no different than anything I've done before. It's a little bit better planned out as far as the throughput goes. So rather than sitting here and waiting, we'll just ride Scavenger. So I've looked online and I haven't found any tutorials for throughput. I mean, calculating throughput is a simple math equation, but like how to balance trains, like how to unload trains and have all the belts go the right way. I'm not sure whether people just do like belt spaghetti and then just never show it on YouTube or what. So this is a temporary route. We're gonna have to figure out a new way to get into the Green Valley resources. But this shouldn't take long. All this stuff is powered, so it should be full. It's always a fun animation to watch. Noises are cool too. Oh, you know what? The station isn't set to unload. That's the issue. issue. Okay. Easy to fix. I'll just turn on the self-driving a little bit closer. Stop. Yeah, I rebuilt all the stations, so they all have to be set to unload. They're set to load by default, for folks that don't know. G for all. To be honest, my station's outputs are most of the time spaghetti mayhem, but that's because there are balancers to make sure that I draw out each one equally. So this is what I've got going on here. So essentially we've got 2 belts removing material from the bin, making sure that the 2 belts are faster than what's coming in from the miner at the location. Then we've got these 2 lifts feeding into a buffer storage, but only a single belt exiting the buffer storage. So we know that the train station will ultimately empty before Scavenger comes back with a full load. And then while the animation is happening, we won't lose any pace. My issue, I think, is not with what's happening here at the train station. What my issue is how to organize this in a way that I don't shoot myself in the foot. And I think part of the problem is not really being able to expand. I've got space for 2 more trains, but not knowing where to put all your belts in here is just really annoying. So I don't exactly know. And what I've seen people do with their main bus is like they take all the different materials from one train and they put it all in, like all the amount of coal, they just merge it until it's on a max belt, right? But the math never works out. Half the time this is going to be pulling 780 instead of 600 because this is going to be over full, right? So it's not going to be as smooth as I hoped it would be, but I mean, you can always return to your train stations and empty them out and like empty out the bins so that the bins are, your buffers are back to 0. So I'm just going to turn on self-driving. We should see some loading and unloading. And as soon as that's done, we should start to see that move along. Oh, that's not a good sign. Missing belts, maybe? Yep. Missing belts and missing hookups. What happened here? Did I just... Maybe I thought I was doing the wrong one? Whoops. Oh, I deleted the top part. That's what it was. This all has to be Mark IV. My bad. Whoops. So coal has stopped. Well, coal has stopped because coal is not running because aluminum isn't running. Copper has stopped. I guess the copper's backed up too. So we're getting, that's Mark V. Mark 5. Wonder why we're getting a slowdown there. Oh, that's why. That should be running no problem. I'm going to remove these here too. I want to install some nice walkways that are powered by belts, so we can use the belts to move around a lot. Because it's pretty speedy. This should be 600 going straight up. So there's the one input of 600 coming into the top floor. That is being split and then rocketed down. Now these have been empty for a while, I think. Oh, why are you locked? Oh, is the awesome sink missing? Yep, awesome sink is missing. That's right. Easy fix. It's gonna be too much for the belt, but whatever. At least it'll keep it moving. And not all of these are going to be on. They were probably... Yeah, they probably were not backed up. I don't understand why the copper is not on. I guess it's all about... Right now we're making all of our stuff for other parts, and so if I've got one bottleneck at the top of my chain, everything else kind of like just stops. Don't have a lot of recycling overflow managed yet. It does throw off your load balancing a bit, but again, like I said, you can dump everything in the bin. It's not a big deal. So I guess the only issue that I have is making sure that I understand the best way to lay out both this main bus, which is going to get a lot deeper. This used to be the main bus, but now we've got all of this space. So this big chunk here is going to be the bus. And what's happening down here, what I don't like, part of it is the train. I mean, part of it is the train being a little bit silly and not liking that. But part of it is just like knowing, I guess, where things have got to go on either the south side or the north side, but then trying to figure out where to put the belt. So in a way, you're almost better off backtracking from your machines. But if you don't have the machines built, if you're just bringing in material, then I don't know what the best way to do that is. But I guess the thing is, like, when it gets onto this belt with my new bus design, where left and right it is on this belt won't matter, because we're going to have gaps that we can pull down and send it either left or right anyway. So I guess maybe that's where I'm overthinking, and that this could just be pretty straightforward, right? So something else that I thought that I realized I could have done, I guess here, was I could have lowered this belt down and then put these much closer, and they just can run straight down here. And then when I got to here, instead of these guys facing that way, these guys could be facing this way, and they could have pulled off the two belts at like this level. But again, part of it is this train being a cool idea, but creating some issues. So the only thing that's moving over there is iron. So we'll check the iron bin to see. It may be backed up a little bit because I wasn't super fast. But this shouldn't be full. And it should be emptying at roughly the same rate. It's filling a little bit faster. But that will balance out when the scavenger train comes back. Because then all input will stop. But output will continue at a breakneck speed, right? I'm going to remove this guy too, so I can have easy access. So 713 a minute seems strange to me because we can only handle 600, but I guess the thing is, like, the bin at the other station is full. The freight car is full. So we're going to be like over capacity for a little bit until all of that kind of dwindles down, because the miner is still only pushing 600 a minute. So this should say eventually 600 a minute. That's the goal. If it's less than that, we've got a throughput problem. But at the present, it seems to be functioning. So I guess I maybe have to just not think too hard about where things are on the train bus, the train station bus, and think more about where to put things on the main bus for Devastator. So anyway, that's where I need to wrap things up today. It's been a fantastic Friday afternoon of Lego streaming and Satisfactory. Got a lot done. This place looks really cool. I'm quite happy with this now. If you would like to leave a follow before you take off, I would appreciate it. We're going to pass you on to I Am Kibitz, who is streaming, a fellow Canadian doing some Satisfactory, working on a massive project. He's a really cool dude. I think you will like him. You can come back on Sunday, not tomorrow. Normally Saturday I stream. Sunday I am going to be streaming Minecraft. Saturday, tomorrow, I'm going to be hiking, so I'm taking a day off. It's going to be beautiful here. It's a holiday weekend, so I'm going to enjoy that. I will tell you all about it on Sunday when I come back for some Minecraft stuff. That's 1 o'clock Atlantic, UTC minus 3 hours. And what are the things I need to plug? Podcasts, they're free. JoelDuggan.com, links to the podcasts. You can also go to thespawnchunks.com or thecitadelcafe.com. And last but not least, Patreon. If you'd like to support the work, if you'd like to join a Minecraft server, there is a support level for that. And we are working on a possibility of getting a Satisfactory server up and running again for folks that may want to be interested in playing together on that. So that could be fun. Not with me. I don't have time to do more than just the servers that I do. But there are lots of people in the community that like to play and hang out with one another. Everybody that did a gift sub or main sub or renewal sub today, remember that you do have access to the Discord. Make sure you utilize that. We're a fun bunch of people, I think. And we'll see you all Sunday. Thanks very much. Have a good Friday. Bye for now. It looks like we just missed I Am Kibitz, so I will pass you on to ScanVoice, probably working on some cool train stuff. I do have to raid and run. Please pass along my best to ScanVoice, and I will see you all on Sunday.